Good afternoon, everyone. Meteorologist Aaron White here. I just want to give you an update on the potential severe weather that we are tracking here this afternoon across Ohio, as we now have a severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued until 9 p.m. this evening, and it does include the Columbus metro and points to the north. This area in pink, that is a brand new severe thunderstorm watch that we are going to be seeing those storms developing in and potentially strengthening here. And you can see that line of thunderstorms already right now along the I-75 corridor from Toledo down towards areas just west of Dayton, where there currently is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for a couple of those storms that we're watching right now just to the west. So things are starting to get a little bit heated this afternoon as we're tracking these showers and thunderstorms. And the thing to keep in mind is that not all of us are going to see severe weather. The severe weather chances are there, but it's only going to be for maybe 2, 3, maybe 4 thunderstorms out of this entire line that actually get strong enough to produce winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, potential for some small hail, and we can't even rule out an isolated tornado. Of course, yesterday evening we had some tornado warnings in the area, so the conditions are there. There could be enough spin that we could get a brief tornado, but right now the focus is going to be on that potential for damaging wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. In addition to some fairly heavy rainfall. Of course, we had that last night, and any more rain, especially for areas around Mansfield, especially over towards Marion, where we had anywhere from 2 to 4.5 inches of rainfall that led to some flooding. It wouldn't take much for some more flash flooding concerns as we continue on through this evening. So here's the big picture right now. Again, we're going to be tracking this as we go through this evening here on 10 TV Plus and of course on 10 TV as we have any potential severe weather. So as we're going through this right now, whether you're watching us here on 10 TV Plus or if you're watching us on Facebook Live, you can drop a comment or a question in the comments section, or you can text the number there at the bottom of your screen, 614-460-3345, and I'll try to answer all your questions here as we continue to talk about this potential severe weather event. So let's go through things right now. Again, watching that line of thunderstorms, and it looks like that severe thunderstorm warning that we had briefly north and west of Dayton, that has been allowed to expire. But there is another severe thunderstorm warning up around the Toledo area, and it looks like that's the only warning we have currently anywhere in Ohio. But going to be watching that area and going to be watching for more development right around here as those storms are starting to get a little bit stronger. It looks like this one is the one that had the warning, but since then, not seeing as much. Just doesn't look like it's going to be producing any severe weather here, at least right now. But definitely some heavy rainfall moving in towards the I-75 corridor. And then going to continue to watch the storms building back towards the south and west. So really what we're going to be tracking is all the thunderstorms where you can kind of see a little bit of red showing up there. It looks like that's going to be probably our best chance for any strong thunderstorms. And it looks like that's going to really be once some of these cross I-70. Our severe weather threat is going to be really north of Interstate 70 here for the rest of today, as that's just kind of how things have been trending, despite it being very warm. I mean, temperatures are there. We have temperatures in the 80s all across central and southern Ohio. There's even a bit of humidity, and that's likely one of the reasons why we're starting to see a few scattered showers developing well ahead of that entire line. And that's all associated with a cold front that's also going to lead to much colder conditions here going into tonight and tomorrow. So a bit of a change. We're going to be done with the 70s and 80s for a little bit of time, as we'll see highs back in the 50s looking ahead to tomorrow. But for Easter Sunday, things are looking actually nice. We'll have some sunshine. We'll have dry conditions. It'll be a bit breezy, and highs are going to be in the 50s, but at least we're not tracking any more rain here for the day tomorrow. So here's our updated severe weather outlook. This has changed a bit from earlier today. It did cover more of southern Ohio and back towards Cincinnati, and now the threat does appear like it is shifting a bit further to the north and may even be further north of where we actually have some of that. So more north of I-70, again, where we have that severe thunderstorm watch in place for this evening, at least through 9 p.m. So here's a look at our current temperatures up into the 70s and 80s. So again, enough warm air is there. We have enough energy as this cold front's coming in that a few of the thunderstorms, and like I said, not every single storm is going to produce some severe weather, but a few of them could. So let's go ahead and look at the hour-by-hour forecast. Here we are right now Again, storms way off to the west near I-75, and a lot of that activity, again, shifting to the north and watching just a few scattered showers, not expecting much of that. But here comes that main line. This is the cold front coming in as we head towards about the 7 o'clock hour. And even this, although it doesn't look like it's that intense, we're not seeing as much red, it is enough that we could see some pretty high wind gusts. We may not see torrential rainfall, may not see any hail, but we could still see winds gusting up to and maybe over 60 miles per hour with this line as it continues past through. So around the Columbus metro, looks like the timing is going to be, I would say, as early as 6 p.m. and then maybe as late as 7:30 to 8 o'clock. So kind of that window right now for that line to build through. Once that line does pass, our temperatures will start to drop and the severe weather threat will be over. So it's going to be that just initial line that we would see any severe weather with. And once it passes and maybe only lasting 5 or 10 minutes, it's just going to be rain after that with a few rumbles of thunder, of course. But it would just be that initial line that we would see any severe weather. And then rain really starting to taper off as we head towards the 11 o'clock hour. Midnight even for some eastern areas, and then there could be a couple more scattered showers that try to build in overnight. But then as we head into tomorrow, really just looking at a fair amount of sunshine, some clouds coming in for the afternoon. It will be colder. You will feel that here on your Easter Sunday. Sunshine to start, some clouds for the afternoon, and keep in mind it will also be a bit breezy as we go through the day. So here's a look at that 7-day forecast. 52 for a high tomorrow, 56 on Monday. We are tracking a lot of sunshine, so that's at least nice as we head through early next week. But look at Tuesday, 48 degrees. That's going to be a change from all the 70s and 80s that we've had. But you'll notice as we continue on through the work week, we do start to rebound. We got highs back in the 60s on Wednesday. Back up into the 70s here starting on Thursday, and even upper 70s, maybe making a run towards 80 degrees as we look ahead to early next week. So we are going to see a trend towards some better conditions as we look ahead to the, I would say, the middle to end of the work week, at least the warmer conditions around here as we continue on through the 7-day forecast. So at least for right now, the main focus, again, is going to be on that potential severe weather as we continue on through the rest of this afternoon. So going to go ahead and go back to the radar picture just to give you a little bit of an idea of what we are tracking here as we continue on through the next short while. Again, we don't have any active severe weather warnings right now, but this is a look at that severe thunderstorm watch that we have in effect until 9 p.m. So this is going to be for areas around the Columbus metro and points to the north where we could see any potential severe weather. And I say any, it's not going to be a lot. We're not talking about widespread severe weather activity here today. A few of the thunderstorms could get enough energy that they could produce some damaging wind gusts up to about 60 miles per hour. But just because you're in a watch doesn't mean you're necessarily going to see any severe weather. So here's another look at the radar picture right now. Tracking one severe thunderstorm warning well to our north and west up around the Toledo area. And it's going to be these storms right in here as this line extends all the way down the I-75 corridor. It's going to be these storms that we'll have to watch if they can tap into some of that energy and start to become a bit stronger, producing those higher wind gusts up to near 60 miles per hour. So right now, no severe thunderstorm warnings on this line, and really not seeing any indication that they're going to strengthen, at least at this time. But I feel like once they get closer to central Ohio, they'll start to tap into some of the energy. Again, the temperatures in the 70s and 80s, and may start to produce some of those higher wind gusts here as we continue on through about the next couple of hours. It is still pretty early. It's only 3 o'clock. That severe thunderstorm watch again goes until 9 p.m. So there is still a lot of time for these storms to really continue to develop and potentially produce any severe weather. So as we're tracking that right now, I want to go ahead and switch over to one of the products that we look at. And we use this a lot of times when we're tracking tornadoes. And we're not tracking tornadoes here today, but this is a wind product. Basically, we're looking at how the wind is blowing towards the radar or away from the radar. So this can give us a sign that there's some rotation when we see green and red really close together, but it can also give us a sign that there's just a lot of wind with this. So we also look at this for any potential damaging wind gusts. And right now, based on what I'm seeing here, we're not really seeing anything that's noteworthy. There likely is some winds gusting up to 30, 40 miles per hour with these storms heading through parts of Shelby County. And I would say that's probably about it. So if you live in areas around Kenton, Bellefontaine, and areas across Hardin County, you may see some gusts up to 40 miles per hour with these storms. Again, that's assuming they don't continue to strengthen. If we see more strengthening, then we would have to be concerned about maybe seeing a severe thunderstorm warning issued and watching to see how that all plays out. So while that's happening, again, this is a look at the radar picture right now. I'm going to go ahead and zoom things out just a little bit and put this in motion just so you can kind of see the overall loop over the last several hours and bring this out just a little bit more. Again, we're tracking just that one lone severe thunderstorm warning right now around Toledo. And really, I mean, when you look at the line itself, that is the most intense part, where we have a lot more red shown up there, even more lightning. We're not really seeing any lightning with the showers down south around Dayton right now. So that's just a sign that these storms really haven't gotten that strong yet. Again, there was, at least for a brief time, there was a severe thunderstorm warning that was in effect for areas right around Dayton. But at least for right now, that has been allowed to expire because the storm just didn't hold its strength. It weakened below severe limits, and it could still be producing winds 40-50 miles per hour at best, likely more 30 to 40 miles per hour with that one thunderstorm that we're tracking right now. So that's kind of the big picture here for the moment. This is a look at the overall severe weather outlook that we have here for today. Again, this is a bit of a change from what we had just earlier, because it did at one point look like the severe weather threat was going to expand across more of Ohio. We had that level 2 risk that did include a larger part of the state, but as of the most recent update here this afternoon, the Storm Prediction Center basically, is highlighting northern Ohio, areas near and north of I-70, where we have that severe thunderstorm watch in place because the conditions are more favorable, meaning that we have a little bit more energy. We have the dynamics there for some severe weather to take place. So while you're looking at that right now, again, if you have any questions, if you want to drop them in the comment section on Facebook, or if you have your phone handy, if you want to text the number 614-460-3345. Again, I will try to answer some of your questions here. I'm just going to go ahead and go back over to my laptop and let's go ahead and look at Facebook here just to see what we got going on. Again, that number, if you want to text that number, that is 614. You can see there at the bottom of your screen, 614-460-3345. If you have any questions about the potential severe weather that we have forecast, at least for the rest of this afternoon. And even not just the severe weather that we had this afternoon and this evening, we also had a bit of active weather that happened yesterday, of course, with some flooding that was noted in parts of Marion County. We also had a lot of heavy rainfall that impacted areas around really the Mansfield area and just south there towards parts of Morrow County. Knox County had some flash flood warnings, and there are still some flood warnings, at least for some of the creeks and rivers in those areas. So let's go ahead and take a look at that here, just so you can kind of see what we are basically just talking about with the those flood warnings that are still in effect. So here's a look at the current flood warnings. So you can see they do cover areas just north of Mount Vernon from Marion to Mansfield. Those are for potential river flooding because some of the creeks and rivers are running a bit higher right now, at least into minor flood stage. Not necessarily saying that they're going to get into major flood stage or anything like that. Because I don't expect torrential rainfall like we saw last night, but any more rain, of course, not really helping the situation, at least for those areas that currently have some of that flooding going on right now. So thankfully, as we look at the live radar picture around there, we're not tracking any rain, but when we zoom things out, we are starting to see a bit more of that active weather. And got one person asking about Coshocton County, how things are looking right now. And for this evening, we are tracking a little shower about to move into Coshocton County just from the south. I don't expect anything from that. Just a little bit of rain, just a brief downpour, maybe for 5 minutes at best with that. But the main line is going to be moving in, and we're going to have to watch to see how that plays out once it gets closer to areas around Coshocton County. There is a chance it would probably, for Coshocton, I would say it'll be closer to around the 8 o'clock hour, 9 o'clock hour that we would see that main line of storms start to roll through. So I'm going to go ahead and switch back over to the hour-by-hour forecast so you can kind of see what I'm talking about there. You see the line right now right along the I-75 corridor, but as we put this in motion, here we are by 5 p.m. Still not a lot happening by 7, and then if we continue on just a little bit, this is 8 p.m. Again, this is a computer projection, so take it with a grain of salt. Timing could be off by just a little bit, but it's pretty close to where the storms are right now. So I would say this is doing a fairly decent job. So maybe closer to the 9 o'clock hour, but I would plan on for as early as 8 p.m. into Coshocton County, and then as late as 10 p.m. or 10:30 for that to really clear through that area. And then once we get past 11, I think we're basically done with any severe weather here for tonight. So it's really going to be from now through 9 p.m. Again, that's when we have that severe thunderstorm watch in effect to across the area. So here's another look at that watch that we have in effect. So I'm going to zoom in just so you can see some of the other counties that this does include. This does not include Coshocton County. I will say there is still a chance we could get a couple decent wind gusts. It's still pretty close to that watch area, so just be aware the storms could still hold together. But by the time we get past sunset, we're kind of getting to that point where the storms are going to lose their energy and maybe they're not even severe anymore. Another question asking tornado chances for Bucyrus. I will say the chances for tornadoes, it's pretty low here today. This is more of a damaging wind type setup with these thunderstorms, basically because we have this cold front coming in, kind of pushing everything along. And normally when we have this type of situation, we see more higher wind gusts than anything else. But not to say that we can't see a tornado. The overall tornado outlook from the Storm Prediction Center, I believe, is pretty low. It's at 2%, which is the lowest that they put it at, if it's not 0, of course. So let me go ahead and bring that up here. So this is the tornado outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. Again, it's not high. It covers a pretty large area, so it's mainly for that potential, if all the conditions come together, that there could be a little bit of rotation within that line of thunderstorms. So not banking on anything like that happening, but it is something we'll continue to monitor as we continue on through this evening. So again, that's what we have going on right now. It's just coming up about 3:20 here this afternoon. I'm going to take a break here on 10 TV Plus to kind of just watch the storms and see how they develop as we go through the rest of this evening. And we'll, of course, come back on here to 10 TV Plus and on 10 TV if we have to for any potential severe weather later on this evening. Good evening, everyone. Meteorologist Aaron White here, tracking some showers and thunderstorms making their way across Ohio here this evening. Thank you for joining us here on 10 TV Plus, or if you're watching on Facebook Live. Going to be talking about all the showers and storms that are making their way through right now. Thankfully, so far, we haven't had any severe weather in the area, but we are still monitoring that potential as we continue on through the next few hours. Right now it is 5:15, and there is still a severe thunderstorm watch in effect for some of us until 9 p.m. And that's really going to be situated around Columbus and to the north, basically the I-70 corridor and northward, where we have that severe thunderstorm watch. But we are still expecting some rain and even some stronger showers there right now south of Jackson and Waverly. That's going to be moving off towards the north and east, but really focused in on this line that really has any potential of becoming strong to severe. And watching this cell right now, this one actually not a severe thunderstorm, but it is a stronger storm that the National Weather Service is watching, as well as it is starting to build up a little bit more. Not really seeing a lot of lightning with it, but it has potential to produce winds gusting up to about 45 miles per hour as it is tracking towards the north and east. So going to be watching that to see how that really plays out. And unfortunately, it's bringing some more heavy rainfall to many areas that saw too much rain last night. Of course, around Marion, we had flash flooding reported. There was a lot of high water. And even for areas a bit further to the east, parts of Knox County, parts of Morrow County, we had some flash flooding and still some flood warnings ongoing right now because the river levels, some of the creek levels are still a bit high. And of course, going to be watching to see how these storms continue to evolve, and if they do produce some more heavy rainfall, of course, not a good situation. Thankfully, these storms are going to be passing through a lot quicker than the ones we had yesterday, so not expecting a lot more heavy rain, but at least some rain, not really, again, helping the situation right now. As we zoom things down to the south and west, again, here's Columbus right now. Just seeing a couple light showers in the north metro, nothing much with that. But here's the main line, and this is the line that would have any chance of producing severe weather. And as you can see, not really that impressive, but of course we're going to be watching it here as we continue on for the next short while, just watching to see how these cells evolve, and especially down to the south where we're starting to see a little bit more red showing up there. That maybe has potential to produce some gusty winds, and we're really talking about wind being the primary concern here today. Hail, not so much, and even the tornado risk is low. It's not zero, so it's something we'll be monitoring, but not the same situation that we had yesterday. We had these slow-moving storms that had some rotation with them. There were a couple tornado warnings that we were watching, and of course, the heavy rainfall was definitely a big concern as well. So zooming things out, here's a look at that the severe thunderstorm watch that is in effect for the Columbus metro, back to London and to the north. So Delaware up to Marion, and even areas further to the north and east, Mansfield, all the way up to the Cleveland metro. This is where we're going to be likely seeing any potential severe weather here for today. We have had a couple severe thunderstorm warnings. There was one up around the Toledo area, and there was one briefly just west of Dayton. So far, those storms have kind of fallen apart a bit here, but the environment's still there. Conditions are still present. We have the warm temperatures up in the 70s and 80s. There's enough moisture around. The conditions are there. It's just whether or not this line of storms can really tap into some of that and start to build up and intensify a bit. But that's why there is that watch in place, just because conditions are favorable for potential strong to severe thunderstorms. So here's again a look at the line right now. A little bit bigger picture here. You can see the line definitely looks more intense the further north you go up into northern Ohio, where we have some more of that red showing up there. So could see some more higher wind gusts with that part of the line. Now it does stretch all the way back down to the south and west, and even behind it, likely not going to see as much intense weather with that, but there could still be some gusty winds up to 40, 45 miles per hour, even with this secondary line. But the main one out ahead of it, the one that's going to be tapping into the environment, would have the best chance of producing any sort of a severe weather here this evening. So we're watching this really closely, again, extending from areas just to the north up around Sandusky, all the way just west of Columbus, south and west of Columbus right now. So this is going to continue to build through. We got some more scattered showers out ahead of it. Nothing severe at the present time. So just want to give you an update on what's been happening here today. Now, if you are watching this on 10 TV Plus, if you have any questions, you can always send us a message. If you want to text the number there right at the bottom of your screen, 614-460-3345. I got my laptop here just off screen, so I'll try to answer your questions as we continue to track these showers and storms. And of course, if you're watching us on Facebook right now, you can drop a question there in the comments section, or if you want to send us a report, if you're getting some heavy rainfall, let us know. We always appreciate all weather reports that you have to offer here as we continue to track these showers and thunderstorms. So again, that's a look at the bigger picture here right now. I do still want to talk about this too, and getting a little bit of a view there, you can see that we are talking about still, some showers and storms moving through, but all that heavy rainfall that we had yesterday evening into the early part of last night. What we're seeing here, this is the 24-hour rainfall. So this is really all from last night. And you can see from Marion through Mount Gilead, all the way through areas near and south of Mansfield, especially where you see some of that red showing up there. That's heavy rainfall. Radar estimates were anywhere from 2 to upwards of 4 inches of rain. You can see the legend right there, the darker colors, 4 inches right there. And likely had a couple spots there south of Mansfield and just to the west, pretty heavy rainfall. Of course, we got reports of flash flooding in and around Marion, some pretty high water. There are some active flood warnings now along some of the creeks and rivers as all that rain has, led to that runoff and has made those water levels a bit higher. So the ground is also saturated now. So any additional rainfall, of course, not going to help the situation as we can continue to track those showers and storms. Right now, temperatures still pretty warm. And as we take a live look at downtown, you can see it's pretty cloudy out there. So far in Columbus, things are sitting okay. Temperature-wise, we're still at 79 degrees, so not bad here on our Saturday evening. However, showers and storms are not too far away. If we want to take a look at our camera there full, if we can, you can see this is again looking towards downtown Columbus. This is also looking off towards the east. So you can see it's pretty overcast right now, maybe still a few peaks of sunshine at the moment, but not a lot happening in the Columbus metro here for the short while. Now, as we go back to the radar picture, looking at the showers and storms again, and we're going to stay on here for about another 7 minutes or so up until about 5:30 as we'll get ready for our newscast coming up here at 6 p.m. Again, no active severe weather warnings. If you have any questions about the showers and storms, again, just text that number there at the bottom of your screen. But you can see as we look at the Columbus area, we have a couple light sprinkles off to the north and east on the northeast side, areas around New Albany, Worthington, maybe a couple of sprinkles at best. But the main storm activity right now is going to be this cell, this line right here that's heading for Mount Gilead, just now east of Marion. So Marion, this is clearing out of your city right now and really starting to move out of Marion County. This is a stronger cell that could produce winds gusting up to 40 miles per hour. That's about the strongest that we would have here right now with that part of the line. But as we zoom down to the south and west, you can see over the past hour, this is the loop. You can see the trend is bringing all that activity to the north and east, but so far not seeing anything really that strong with this part of the line, which of course is a good thing. We don't want to have to deal with any severe weather. We never like to have to deal with that. But we are looking at this, again, moving off to the north and east towards the Columbus area. So eventually we will start to get some of that more light to moderate rain building in. And if it intensifies, then we'll have to be concerned about maybe some gustier winds as well. But again, here's a look at that stronger cell. This is, again, north of the Columbus metro, basically just now east of Marion. So if we want to take a look at our Skyview camera one more time, I believe we're looking off towards the north now. And yeah, you can see it's a darker sky there. Definitely some rain coming down. Not really noticing anything with that. If we can tilt up a little bit too, just to see the clouds a little bit more, and yeah, not really seeing much. Of course, darker sky. We got showers and storms making their way through. So we'll be watching that cell and seeing how this intensifies here. And I want to bring this back just a little bit more, just looking at that radar picture here, just to bring the radar back to see how this is actually strengthening. And it's kind of going up and down a little bit. And I think that's the trend that we're going to see here with some of these showers and storms is kind of, they strengthen for a little bit and then they kind of rain themselves out. And, sometimes when they rain themselves out, they can also produce a surge of wind, and that could lead to that concern for some higher wind gusts. And that might be what we're seeing right now with that potential for winds gusting up to near 45 miles per hour here with this line as it passes through. And then as we look at this, again, not as intense with the rain at least, but these could still be producing some pretty high winds. I wouldn't be surprised if we're at least getting some winds gusting up to 30, 45 miles per hour at best. I mean, even today without the showers and storms, we had some pretty strong winds gusting up over 30 miles per hour at times here, helping to bring in the warmer air that we've had the last several days. It's been fairly breezy at times and, not hard to really get some stronger wind gusts, especially with some of these showers and thunderstorms that are starting to roll through. So that's what we have going on right now. I'm going to go ahead and go back over here to look at some of the questions. And one asking about the likelihood of severe thunderstorms in the Grove City area. So far, I think we're set pretty well. And I mean, yeah, asking about the threat being above I-70. I still think that holds true. Right now, this is going to be what we're watching heading into the South Metro. So heading towards Grove City, likely some heavy downpours. I will say that. That's pretty much a guarantee. Some moderate to heavy downpours, at least for a short time. And maybe the winds gusting up to 40 miles per hour, 45 at best. But right now, as we're looking at this, I just don't see any indications that this is trying to strengthen in any regards. I mean, this is a loop over the last hour, so it really hasn't changed much in the last hour, which of course, is a good thing. We don't want to see any change, and I'm going to go ahead and stop this here. So let's go ahead and look at what's going on right now. So again, this is our most recent radar picture here. So you can see that there isn't a lot of strong activity. This is from the Wilmington radar site. So you can see at least some moderate to heavy downpours where you start to see some of that yellow and even that orange and red showing up there. So this would be heading to the north and east right towards Grove City. So that's what I would expect at least in about an hour from now, half an hour from now, kind of in that range. 30 to 45 minutes, making its way basically up towards the Columbus area. So that's what we'll see here in the immediate future. And again, we'll just kind of keep watching the trends with each, every 5 minutes we get a new update for the radar beam. As it goes around, it actually takes about 5 minutes for all that data to be collected and for us to get a picture of what the radar is showing. And every time we get to the 5 minutes there, you can see it just updated there, and maybe a little bit of a strengthening right now around London as that cell is starting to look a little bit more intense with some more reds showing up there. So that's what we were waiting for. As we continue on every 5 minutes, we'll get a new update and watching for any strengthening. That helps us determine whether or not we're actually going to see potentially any severe thunderstorms with this. The other thing I want to look at right now too is the velocity. So we look at this a lot of times for tornadoes. You've probably have seen this if you watch tornado coverage when we're looking for the red and the green really close together. Today is not a day for that. There's a very low end chance that we'll see a tornado, but right now not seeing any indications of this. But this is also used to just look at the wind. So what we're looking for is some of the brighter colors showing up there. Once we get further down here, this is when we're talking about some pretty high winds, and not going to see anything that high, but we are at least seeing indications with some of this red there, at least 30 to 40 miles per hour, maybe as high as 45, but at least 30 to 40, definitely a guarantee with those showers and storms that are starting to roll through. And then looks like we got a question about Canton getting a storm watch tonight. There's a chance that I know the watch goes up until 9 p.m., but I think once we get past that time, we have the severe thunderstorm watch does include much of northeastern Ohio. So we are at least going to be watching those areas. But once that initial line passes, any chances for severe weather are pretty much going to go down and really are going to be going down after 9 p.m. So once we get towards 9, 10, and 11 o'clock, again, really past sunset, that's when things really start to wind down. That energy is just not the same as it was. And that cold front's going to really start to kind of sweep things through. So we're going to see a bit of a shift going from, how we are right now in the 70s and 80s, dropping down to the 30s and 40s tonight. And we only get back up into the 50s here for tomorrow, but at least Easter Sunday right now is looking to be drier and a bit nicer here for the day. Another question asking about Marion getting any more storms here tonight. Not necessarily storm activity. If we zoom things out here, again, we're starting to see the back edge of this line moving through Marion, getting at least still some rain right now, at least light to moderate. The storm really now has passed off to the east, moving just near and north of Mount Gilead. But as we zoom back out, you'll see there is still some more rain back to the west. That's about all we'll really see once this main line passes, and then we're pretty much done with the severe weather threat. It'll just be some more rain and maybe some moderate downpours at times, and maybe some gusty winds of 30 to 40 miles per hour. But any potential severe weather is going to be with this line right in here, and it does look like it is starting to fill in just a little bit more. So we're gonna have to watch this as it continues to sweep through the metro, as it really is kind of running near and just west of the I-71 corridor. So it will continue to sweep through, and it is also moving towards the northeast. So eventually the southern end is going to start to get more north of the interstate as it really passes through the Columbus metro. So if you're watching us in Circleville, Chillicothe, Waverly, MacArthur, probably not going to see any severe weather here this evening. So of course, good news, but there will be some rain. So just be aware of that. Some rain showers passing through, and maybe some gusty winds, 30 to 40 miles per hour. But I would say that's probably about it. If you're near and north of I-70, of course, better chances for any potential severe weather. And even, while we're talking about that potential severe weather, it's not a situation like every single thunderstorm is going to become severe. As we can see right now, we have a line of showers with embedded thunderstorms. None of it's severe right now, but a couple of them could become severe. And that's the concern here for today. That's why we have that watch in place. That's why we've had that severe weather risk, and the reason why we have a 10 weather impact alert here today, to give you a heads up that there is that potential. But of course, we never want to have to deal with severe weather, and hopefully that's the case, that we don't really actually see any severe weather here for the rest of this evening. So while that's going on right now, we're going to continue to monitor the radar here for at least the next few hours, all the way up through 9 p.m. Hopefully by then things will start to wind down, and we'll just be tracking some rain showers as we head through the rest of tonight. So it is coming up here on 5:33. We are going to take a break here on 10 TV Plus, and we'll be back on at 6 p.m. or just shortly after for our newscast, as we'll be giving you the latest news headlines, but also tracking this line of showers and thunderstorms. But in the meantime, if you're watching us now or watching us after, again, you can text that number, or you can drop a question in the comment section on Facebook Live. Over the course of the next 20 to 30 minutes, I'll go back on there and respond to some of these questions, just to give you all a heads up with what's going on here for the rest of this evening as we're tracking these showers and storms. And welcome back here to 10 TV Plus as we are now tracking a severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued here in the last couple of moments. This is for parts of Crawford, Marion, Morrow, and in Richland counties. And this is actually becoming a little bit more concerning because the National Weather Service has actually tagged it as a tornado possible because there's just a little bit of a rotation that's been showing up here on that thunderstorm that we're watching moving off towards the north and east. So it will move out of areas around Marion County and parts of Morrow County pretty quickly. But it is affecting at least southeastern parts of Crawford County and really going to be heading into Richland County here and actually making its way towards Mansfield right now. So we're watching this whole line itself, but especially this cell right in there where you can see a little bit more lightning showing up right now. That's going to be the main concern as we zoom in a little bit closer here to give you a better view. And I'm actually going to switch it over to our velocity picture just to see if we're really seeing anything, and not so much, at least looking at this view point here. So this is actually looking for from the Cleveland radar site, and actually if we zoom back down towards the south and west, and not seeing necessarily a strong indication of rotation, just kind of like right in there, there might be a little bit of a couplet showing up there that could be a signature that we might be watching for some rotation trying to develop. This is usually a sort of a precursor if there's any sort of rotation shown up there before we would get a potential tornado warning to be issued by the National Weather Service. But they're at least watching this area, of course, and also not just necessarily watching for that, but also the storms in general producing winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Definitely a possibility here with that that line of thunderstorms making its way through here right now. So again, this is a look at the severe thunderstorm warning that we currently have in effect. So this does include northern parts of Morrow County. So this does not actually include the city of Mount Gilead, but you can see that there are some more thunderstorms starting to roll through. It's really for this right in here, this moving off towards the north and east, heading towards and maybe just slightly north and west of Mansfield. But Mansfield, that cell is heading towards you. And then we have another line of still rather strong thunderstorms, or at least a line of showers. We're not really seeing any lightning showing up with that. So at least some heavy rainfall and some gusty winds heading across Morrow County here, now starting to move out of Marion County. So if you got that alert, Marion County, of a severe thunderstorm warning, give you all the all clear for that. It was really just for that northeastern part of the county in that warning, but that is really now moving well off to the north and east. So watching that moving away, and eventually things are going to be starting to improve, at least for some of those areas. But as we zoom things out here a little bit more, this is our only active severe thunderstorm warning. We have this whole line that does continue to stretch down to the south and west, and so far not seeing any indications any of these storms are going to really start to strengthen. We have seen at least a little bit of an uptick in what the radar is showing now, with some more of that yellow, orange, and definitely the red showing up a bit more than even just about a half an hour ago. It was a lot more green and just yellow. So there's a little bit of strengthening going on. And that could mean a bit more heavy rainfall coming into the Columbus metro here just in about the next 15 to 45 minutes, depending on what part of the city you're in, because we already have some light showers getting in close to Dublin right now. And then this cell heading towards areas around Hilliard, down towards Grove City, and even towards downtown in about the next 30 minutes or so. So these are moving, off to the north and east, not super fast, but at least at a decent clip, so they will be passing through. But what I can say is you can expect at least some heavy downpours and some gusty winds for, I would say, about 5-10 minutes or so, and then that'll clear out. But then we have some more showers and just some light to moderate rain behind this. And with potential for severe weather, it's going to be with this line that's building through right now. Not seeing an indication of that, but if I switch this over to the velocity picture again, this gives us an idea of what the wind is doing within the thunderstorm. And we use this a lot for tornadoes to track to see if there's any rotation. And normally what we're looking for is green and red really close together in just a small spot that would indicate that there could be a tornado. This is not that situation, but this tells us that there's still wind with the thunderstorms. And we're watching this area right in here, where you can see some of that darker red and some of the brighter pink showing up there, that we're starting to get some gusty winds likely trying to build in with this line. So winds gusting up to 40, 45 miles per hour, definitely a possibility. At least these could be some stronger cells, but not seeing anything, at least showing any signs of really, really intense winds with that area. So we're switching back over to the Cleveland radar site. So we kind of bounce between two different radars. And again, this is the view. This is showing how heavy the rain is falling, basically, because we're not tracking any hail. Hail chances are very low for today. This is more of a wind situation and a heavy rainfall situation. And especially considering where some of this activity is right now, this is for areas that got a lot of rain yesterday. We saw rainfall amounts from Marion eastward through Mansfield and just south of there, 2 to 4.5 inches. So having rain falling over these same areas, definitely not helping the situation. And hopefully we don't have to worry about any more flooding concerns. But of course, it is going to be something that we'll have to monitor here as we continue on. So just getting another update from the National Weather Service. They are just putting out a statement that wind gusts of 40 to 50 miles per hour are possible as the cold front is making its way through the area. So be aware of that. That's not with this necessarily just this line. You could be getting some pretty good gusts of wind with this line passing through, but the cold front, as it continues to pass across the entire area, we could be seeing more widespread wind gusts of 40 to 50 miles per hour. So just be aware that it's going to get windy. It's already been windy here today. It's been windy the last couple of days with all that warm air coming back in. And now we got to deal with a bit more wind with the showers and storms right now and that cold front passing through. And it'll still be breezy tomorrow as that colder air is filtering in, but not going to be as strong here as we head into your Easter Sunday. And we're also tracking some drier conditions here for the day tomorrow. So going back to that severe thunderstorm warning here, let's go ahead and zoom back up to the north. This is going to be moving out of the area fairly quickly as it is moving off to the north and east and heading into parts of Richland County. So again, here's a look at that. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning until 6:15. So about another 25 minutes on that warning as this whole cell is moving off to the north and east. And gonna have to watch this line back in here as that's also starting to get a little bit stronger here. This was the main part that it was being warned for, as that is now moving off into Richland County. And we'll have to see if they decide to issue another severe thunderstorm warning for this part of the line, or if they actually extend it all the way down if we're starting to see some of those higher wind gusts. And of course, that little spot of rotation right now, not seeing any strong indication of that here based on what we were looking at on the velocity picture. We are at least getting some stronger wind with it, which is of course why we have a severe thunderstorm warning, but at least not right now. Not seeing that that signature really as pronounced as it was even just a little bit ago. So could be signs that, you know, it's weakening or just kind of just cycling. These storms kind of do that. They're always changing. You know, we're constantly getting a new update on the radar picture. You can see the progression there with each scan. About every 5 minutes, we get a new update from the radar to help give us an idea of, is the storm still strong? Is the storm weakening? Is it strengthening? What's happening? So that again is why we're just kind of monitoring the situation, why we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for at least the next 25 minutes as this is again tracking off towards the north and east, heading towards the Mansfield area. So while that's going on, we're going to continue to monitor the situation here through the next several hours as we're tracking this whole line of showers and storms. And if we do have any more warnings, if we get another update on this one, we'll be back here on 10 TV Plus. But we also have our newscast coming up here at 6 o'clock, so you can get the latest news headlines. And we'll also be tracking the showers and storms here coming up in just a few more minutes here on 10 TV Plus. Good evening, everyone, and thanks for joining us here on 10 TV Plus and here on Facebook Live. If you're watching us, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued here for parts of Licking County. This goes until 7:30 this evening, so about another 23 minutes on this severe thunderstorm warning. It is moving off towards the north and east at a pretty good clip at about 40 to 45 miles per hour, but it is being warned for the potential for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, as that has been kind of our main concern here for today. The higher wind gusts, we've already had some pretty gusty winds as these storms were rolling through the Columbus metro, and now with a little bit of more energy with this thunderstorm, the National Weather Service has decided to issue a severe thunderstorm warning. Storm just rolling through the Granville area, likely just going to stay north and west of Newark, but even though we're not going to see some of that heavier rainfall in Newark itself, we could still get some gustier winds as the storm is just passing by, so just be aware of that. Again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect here until 7:30. Not tracking any really strong potential for hail. If anything, it'd be pretty small, maybe the size of a pea to marble size, so really not expecting much with that. But heavy rainfall, of course, and again, that potential for up to 60-mile-per-hour winds while we're tracking that. We're also tracking another severe thunderstorm warning just to the north. That one actually just got issued here just a couple minutes ago. So I'm going to go ahead and zoom back up towards that one. So again, you're looking at that one severe thunderstorm warning there in Licking County. We're going up the line here. This takes us all the way up towards the north and east, and this is going to be in effect for parts of Ashland, Holmes, and Knox County. Same situation with this thunderstorm right here. Again, this one just to the north and east of Mount Vernon, north of Howard, north and west of Danville. This is moving off towards the north and east at about the same amount of speed, 40 to 45 miles per hour. And this one also the same threats, up to 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and if hail, very, very small. But heavy rainfall, gusty winds, that's going to be a concern as this whole core, this one cell right here, again, tracks off to the north and east. So while we're watching that, switching over to the velocity picture here, and we're starting to see a little bit of a surge of wind with it. Again, there is that potential for up to 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts here as we're tracking that line. This one cell, and kind of what we're watching, you can kind of see this, it has that C shape, kind of like a bow to it. When you see that, sometimes you can get like a little surge of wind, and there might be just a small area where we're seeing those higher winds up to about 60 miles per hour, kind of right in the core here, so just northwest of Danville. So that's moving off again towards the north and east, and eventually it's going to be taking its way out of central Ohio. And all these storms are going to be moving out of the area, but while that is happening, we do still have some more showers and storms that we are going to be tracking. So severe weather threat does continue for this evening. This is the overall risk area that we had in effect for today. We still have a severe thunderstorm watch that does include the Columbus metro, but I would be inclined to believe that the National Weather Service is going to expire that here shortly, as that line that's moving through Licking County up towards Knox County, that's the main concern for severe weather. So we'll likely see some of these counties dropped from that severe thunderstorm watch while those storms continue to track off towards the north and east. So if you live in Licking County, Knox County, even parts of Coshocton County, I know you're not under that severe thunderstorm watch, but we will have to watch that storm as it moves off to the north and east from the Newark area, Granville right now, and continues eventually heading towards at least parts of Coshocton County, maybe getting clipped by that severe thunderstorm warning. So that's a look at sort of the big picture. As we look at the entire state of Ohio, you can see that we're tracking just these two severe thunderstorm warnings right now. There is some activity right now over Lake Erie, but no more severe thunderstorm warnings behind that first main line. And we have some more showers moving through the Cleveland area, and then another line of rain. And that's actually the cold front that's going to be making its way through here as we continue on through this evening. So we have that round of potential severe thunderstorms happening right now with those two severe thunderstorm warnings. Some more rain to the south and east. We got some more thunderstorms trying to develop here into southern Ohio, affecting areas around Piketon, Waverly, and maybe as far north as Chillicothe, starting to see at least some their little heavier downpour there. That's going to be the threat for any severe weather that we have here is going to be this first line. Second line, that's our cold front, and that's going to sweep through. It's still going to bring us some rain as we go into the early part of tonight. Likely areas near and west of I-71 should see the rain pretty much wrapping up by around midnight. Areas east of I-71, rain may linger through 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. I think once we get closer to sunrise, all this rain is going to be across far eastern Ohio and really moving away from us because we're not tracking any rain for tomorrow. There will still be some cloud cover around. At best, we could see a couple sprinkles in the afternoon, but not really tracking much here as we go through your Easter Sunday. It is looking to be fairly dry. It will be a lot colder as we see that cold front again passing through, knocking us from the 70s and 80s today down to the 50s here as we head into tomorrow, and going to see that stick around as we head into the start of the work week at least. So that's what we got going on right now. If you are watching us here on 10 TV Plus, if you have any questions about the severe weather, the showers and storms that we're tracking here this evening, you can always send us a message. You can email it to wx@10tv.com, or you can text the number. If we can bring that graphic up here momentarily, you can text the number 614-460-3345 if you have any questions about the severe weather, whether it's going to impact you, and I'll be trying to answer some of those questions as best I can here as we continue to track these showers and storms. Or if you're watching us on Facebook Live, all you have to do is drop a question in the comments section and I'll answer those as well, or go back and answer them after this severe thunderstorm warning is allowed to expire here. Once we head towards the once we get to about 7:30, unless we see it extended into Coshocton County, that's to be determined still. Going to kind of wait and see how this storm continues to develop over the course of the next 15 minutes or so. So that's what we got going on right now. I want to zoom back into our one severe thunderstorm warning, and let's start with the one around Licking County. So let's go ahead and zoom into that. Again, you can see there are 2 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. This is a look at the little bit more intense one. And the main cell right now, it is focused just to the north of the Newark area. So now northeast of Granville, and it still has some structure to it. And there you go. There's an update on that. So the National Weather Service has cut away part of that severe thunderstorm warning. So really just confining it to northeastern parts of Licking County, that going until 7:30. So we got 15 more minutes here on this severe thunderstorm warning. I think by about 15 minutes from now, at that point, it's probably going to be crossing out of Licking County and moving into Knox and Coshocton counties here. So we'll have to wait to see if the National Weather Service in Cleveland actually decides to issue, and even Pittsburgh decides to issue some more extensions on that severe thunderstorm warning. So watching to see how this plays out right now. Going to switch it back over to the velocity picture here too. So again, we're looking at a few different things. This is what we use as meteorologists could kind of help us figure out how the storm is behaving, what's going to happen, what potentially could happen for impacts for you at home. And this is a look at the velocity. So we use this a lot for tracking wind, tracking tornadoes. Tornadoes, we're looking at winds trying to blow in different directions to create that rotation, but also looking at winds that would just be like straight line wind potential. And that's what this is being warned for, winds gusting up to near 60 miles per hour. And we're gonna look at this just to see kind of what some of the wind speeds are right now. And we're getting indications at least up to, you can see right there, about 56 miles per hour. So, you know, it's getting to that point where it could be producing at least some pretty high wind gusts. And I wouldn't be surprised if some other areas within that thunderstorm, you know, we're getting up closer to 58, which is about the level. And when we talk about some severe thunderstorms, we want winds gusting 58 miles per hour or greater. And another update, that one looks like it just knocked down to about 45. So in any case, it is producing some wind. It's producing winds at least over 40 miles per hour, if not as high as 60. And sometimes you don't even need that strong wind to cause some damage. You know, if we have some trees in the area that are diseased, they have some tree rot, if they're just, just not doing so well, you can get a 40, 50 mile per hour gust and it can knock some branches down. And of course, that can always lead to some issues when you have stuff like that happening in your area. So we'll be watching that storm as it continues to pass through. And then I did mention that we had at least a lower end potential for some hail. And as we look at that, I mean, I'm not seeing anything on the map. So hail probably not going to be a problem here as we go through this evening. It's really just going to be a situation where we have that heavy rainfall threat and more so the wind potential up to 60 miles per hour. So that's our one storm. Again, we have that other storm just a little bit further to the north. This one is moving through northeastern parts of Knox County. And actually this cell, it's this right here. This is what the National Weather Service is warning for. We're also getting some wind and heavy rain with this part of the storm as well. Not as much wind. So the warning is for right here, and that's actually about to move out of Knox County. And so that's definitely some good news as that continues off to the north and east. And again, these storms are moving at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. So that's going to continue to affect areas around parts of Holmes County as that eventually again is moving just kind of past the Millersburg area, and that warning going until 7:45. So my guess is that here in about the next few minutes, the National Weather Service will drop off Knox County and see that continue off to the north and east. So that's what we have going on again with our two severe thunderstorm warnings. The focus right now is, of course, going to be on, as we continue to get these updates, you saw the radar move. So we're getting these radar updates every 5 minutes or so. The radar beam, sometimes you'll see that little sweep go around. That's the radar beam. As it goes around, it takes about 5 minutes for that data to be processed. And then we get the latest update here. So then you can see how the storm is evolving, whether or not we're getting, some higher wind, or we're getting some heavier rainfall. Is the storm strengthening? Is the storm weakening? That's basically what we watch for with each of these passing updates. So not seeing too much change with the last one, and we just kind of saw that whole storm shift again because these storms are moving at 40 to 45 miles per hour. So we're going to progressively see this moving out of Knox County and still showing that sort of that backwards C, that bow shape. That's that surge of wind that we're going to be watching for as it continues off into northern parts of Holmes County here over the course of the next 20 to 30 minutes. And, it's possible that it could continue to weaken just a little bit here as we track that moving away from Knox County and eventually going to be getting closer towards the Cleveland metro, at least the south side. So while that's going on, I'm going to go back down to our smaller storm here. And again, this is getting really close to the point of moving out of Licking County. And we may see this warning either get dropped. It doesn't look as strong as it did just a few moments ago. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring us back about 30 minutes and just put a little bit of a loop on this just to kind of look at the overall progression over the last 30 minutes. So it did look a little bit stronger when it was around Granville. And I mean, it's still showing at least some signs that it is a little bit on one of the more intense thunderstorms that we have seen so far today. So we'll have to wait to see if we see that warning get extended, because they would probably do it pretty soon here, extending that into southeastern Knox County and then eventually into Coshocton County. So if you're watching us right now in Coshocton, if you live in Coshocton County and especially the city of Coshocton, this is, it's a stronger thunderstorm. Whether or not it's still as severe as it moves into the county, that's to be determined. Likely still getting some winds gusting 40 to 55 miles per hour. And that's going to be making its way off towards the north and east. So it may get really close to Coshocton. You may not get as much rain in the city, but likely going to have at least some gusty winds, even if that storm passes just off to your north and west. So while we have that going on there, I'm going to zoom things out just a little bit. And I want to put a little track on this thunderstorm here. So again, it's moving off towards the north and east at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. So based on the motion, I don't really think it may just barely clip Coshocton. So that's going to move it into Coshocton around, I would say, about 740. I know you're not in the track itself, but getting closer to Newcastle by about 726. Areas around Warsaw, 736. Getting closer towards Baltic, 756. Buck, 757. Winfield, 805. So that's what we have going on. Again, this is going to eventually go through central and really northern parts of Coshocton County. If it continues to hold together, that's to be determined. We're going to wait to see over the course of the next couple of radar scans. If we have that cell still looking fairly strong, we may see an additional severe thunderstorm warning being issued here by the National Weather Service. That's what we got going on right now. Again, if you have any questions about anything that's going on right now, feel free to drop them in the comments section, as we are tracking this severe thunderstorm warning here right now in parts of Licking County and also into parts of Knox County that we have right now. So going to go ahead and clear this off here, and just going to want to look at the bigger picture of what's going on all across Ohio now. Because again, we're not just tracking those two severe thunderstorm warnings. We do also have some more activity even over areas around Cambridge. Not tracking any necessarily severe weather. We have gotten some pretty gusty winds with some of those thunderstorms, but we also have some more storms that are still actively developing right now in southern Ohio. So these are not severe. They're likely strong enough that they're going to be producing some gusty winds, 40 to 50 miles per hour. We have one cell just north of Chillicothe, another one just to the south, another one near Waverly and Piketon, and then a little bit more activity even further south of that. These are very small storms, so they're going to, as they're passing through, they're going to last 5, maybe 10 minutes. With some heavy downpours, of course, and then we could be talking about some gusty winds, 40 to 50 miles per hour with some of those thunderstorms as well. So affecting parts of Ross County, Pike County, and then areas off to the north and east. If this starts to fill in a little bit more, then we might start to see that potential for some gustier winds as well. So while that is happening here right now, getting a couple more things off the printer. So I'm going to see what the National Weather Service is saying with some more of the latest updates that we have going on for some of those thunderstorms. So some newer updates here. Severe thunderstorm warning that we have in effect for parts of Licking County. Again, they did expire part of that. And then we are also still tracking a strong thunderstorm. This is areas around, about 14 miles to the north and east of Newark. So that one cell that we've been watching, they are basically just calling it a stronger thunderstorm. So that's an indication that it's likely weakening just a little bit more and probably not going to see another severe thunderstorm warning issued on that. So a few different things happening. Again, we got storms that are impacting Millersburg down towards Knox County, down into Licking County, Coshocton County. We have some more showers and storms around Cambridge, down towards just now northeast of McConnellsville. And then some more, at least some stronger showers there as we look down towards the south, areas around Waverly, Piketon, just west of Jackson, south and couple of cells either side of Chillicothe, zooming into what looks like the stronger one, just about north of Chillicothe, between Circleville and there you can see a little small core of likely some pretty heavy rainfall. There could be some gusty winds. All these storms have that same potential, so 40, 55 mile per hour wind gusts not out of the question for even some of these smaller storms as they continue to intensify. And that's what we have to watch for is this storm going to hold together? It's not even really showing any lightning. It's just really a heavy shower, but even that is enough to produce those gusty winds as it also is moving off to the north and east at a pretty good clip at anywhere from 45 to 50 miles per hour now. So I think some of these storms are picking up a little bit more speed now as the evening continues to go on. And while that's happening, I want to take a look at some of our storm reports here just to see if we've actually gotten anything within the last short while. And of course, we had a bit of active weather yesterday with all the thunderstorms that were rolling across areas in central and northern Ohio. We had, of course, reports of some flooding. We also had some reports of funnel cloud just south and west of Marion. So this is a look at the storm reports over the last 24 hours. So far today, haven't really gotten anything. This is all stuff that happened again yesterday. There were some more active storms up in northwestern Ohio. So if you have any reports of some severe weather in your area, if you want to send us a message, again, you can see the number here at the bottom of your screen. Just text the number 614-460-3345. Once it is safe to do so, if you want to send us a message about some storm damage in your area, if you noticed any really gusty winds, you can just let us know via that text number there. Or you can, again, drop a comment in the comment section on Facebook Live if that's how you're watching as well. So while that's going on, I'm going to go ahead and switch back over to looking at our radar picture here. So let's go ahead and take a look at the latest updates that we have. So you can still see we have those 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. This one's likely going to drop off in 2 minutes. I'm not going to see that warning allowed to be extended, and this warning is now out of Knox County. So good news with that, things are starting to wind down for the rest of this evening, and we're likely going to see that severe thunderstorm watch dropped off here, I would say likely in the next short while, as well as our main focus for any severe weather is now really moving away from us. And because that warning has not been allowed to be extended into Knox and Coshocton County, we're probably going to be pretty much done with the severe weather here for central Ohio for the rest of this evening and for tonight. Then just looking at all that rain building back in here with that cold front that, of course, like I said, is going to be dropping our temperatures as we head through tonight into tomorrow. So with that, again, it is just about 7:29 here on our Saturday. So we're going to look at that severe thunderstorm warning. Actually, it looks like it did just get extended now into parts of Coshocton County. So let's go ahead and switch back to the live radar picture here and take a little bit closer look at that storm. So yeah, so like I said, if you were watching us just a few minutes ago, I drew that track on that storm and really staying away from the city of Coshocton, just kind of the northwestern part of the county here. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for at least the next 30 minutes or so, again, for northwestern Coshocton County. And it's going to have that same potential, winds up to 60 miles per hour, and they're actually calling for no hail threat. We're not seeing a hail threat, so this is just wind itself up to 60, probably not any higher than that. So really, I think 40 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts would be the main concern, in addition to, of course, some heavier rainfall as that is tracking off towards the north and east. So we'll see how this storm holds together. It has started to weaken just a little bit from what it looked like earlier when it was in parts of Licking County. It did look a little bit larger, a little bit more impressive. So this storm may continue to undergo some weakening, but at least for the next short while, this is in effect until 8 p.m. So another 30 minutes on this severe thunderstorm warning for the northwestern part of Coshocton County. I mentioned that other storm just to the north now behind the banner here. That storm that was in Knox County, the warning, at least for Knox County, has been allowed to expire, so that's moving away from us, impacting areas around Millersburg right now and just to the north of there. So our focus right now is going to be on this one storm in Coshocton County. That's the only one that we have any active severe weather warnings. No tornado warnings, thankfully, just one severe thunderstorm warning that is currently moving through the area. So while you're looking at that, let me do one more thing here. And we're probably going to wrap this up here pretty shortly. We'll break in on 10 TV Plus here if necessary for any more storms, if we get any more warnings. But right now, I don't really anticipate anything else happening, and we're not really getting any reports of any severe weather. Again, these storms are really small, and they may not actually be producing those really high wind gusts and leading to any potential damage. But out of precaution, because of what we're seeing on the radar picture right now, the National Weather Service has noticed some higher wind potential within the radar, and that's why they've been prompted to issue those severe thunderstorm warnings that we have in effect for northwestern Coshocton County, now moving out of Licking County, and that other storm that is now moving out of Knox County and into parts of Holmes County and Ashland County. So while that's happening, getting a few more things from the National Weather Service here off the printer. Again, we have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Coshocton County, a storm located near about 14 miles north of Frazeysburg, 17 miles west of Coshocton, and they're saying it's moving off to the north and east at 55 miles per hour. So it is moving off to the northeast at a pretty good clip. And then we're also watching a couple thunderstorms in parts of Jackson and Vinton counties. Those are not severe. They are being labeled as strong thunderstorms that they could be producing some winds gusting up to 40, maybe as high as 45 miles per hour. So we'll have to watch these cells continue to develop over the next several minutes. But right now, it's going to be just that one lone severe thunderstorm warning here for northwestern parts of Coshocton County. But again, even that storm looks like it is starting to undergo some weakening now, which of course is good news for all of us, and we can be done with the severe weather here for the rest of the night, and then just tracking those rain showers and light to moderate rain building in. And that's the one other concern that we had for a time, because these storms are moving pretty quickly. They're not, staying over the same place, dumping a lot of rain. But because we had so much rain yesterday in areas around Coshocton, Mount Vernon, Marion especially, and up to the north around Mansfield, we still have some flood warnings in effect for some of the rivers and creeks there, that any more rain, of course, could lead to some more flooding concerns. But because these are moving fairly quickly, I don't anticipate that being a huge concern. We will watch this area as we get some more rain moving through. But overall, I think there will be it's some better news, at least, that we don't have to deal with the same situation we had yesterday with all that heavy rainfall that was moving across areas north of the interstate here yesterday. So while that's going on, we got a couple more things from the National Weather Service here. Just the latest updates. So the only other thing that I do want to mention that I was looking at is that back line of showers, this cold front coming in. We're also going to get some pretty gusty winds with that. As that cold front hits, it's going to lead to some more rain. It's also going to lead to a kind of a surge of wind, and those winds could gust up to 40 to 50 miles per hour. That's what the Weather Service is saying, up to maybe 40 to 45 miles per hour. But we could have some higher gusts, especially with some of those stronger cells right in there just north of Marion. So just be aware of that. That could lead to some small branches getting knocked down. Don't really anticipate any power outages, but of course, if you have that random instance where you have a tree branch fall and it hits a power line, of course, that can always happen with any type of weather event when we have at least some wind and some storms moving through. But at least that's what we got going on right now. So we're tracking two separate things. So the severe thunderstorms here, Coshocton County up to the north, and then the cold front that's also going to produce some more rain and produce some gusts of wind up to 40 to 45 miles per hour. So with that, we're going to continue to track the showers and storms as we go through this evening, and then eventually some calmer conditions as we head into tonight. And if we have any more severe weather updates, we of course will be back on here on 10 TV Plus, and we'll let you know what's been happening here across Central Ohio.